guess we'll do the introductions like we normally do. Over to the left.
Town clerk, Leah Rucker. Leah Rucker, town clerk, sorry.
Jacob Southard, and my brain is not working, but I work with the maintenance department.
John Doggett.
Heath Clay.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Lee Haywood.
Kyle Stalls.
Kathleen Rose with Rose Associates.
Rick Rollins, Town Manager. Mr. Mayor, I was notified that Mr. Hamilton will be late. We'll need to do a motion if it's your pleasure to accept it when he gets here.
Okay, we do that when he gets here, correct?
I can do it. You want to understand?
Yeah,
When he arrives, is that what?
Or we can go ahead and do it now.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to
Mr.
allow.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we allow Mr. Hamilton, who's given a reason that he cannot make it at this very time, but he would be coming in at a later time to join our meeting.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Devaney. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of excusing Mr. Hamilton for being late, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So it will be. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance now, and who wants to lead that? Kyle, you want to do it? You want to do it?
Or gets way too, he's a veteran.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I hear a motion to adopt the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we make a change to the agenda. I'd like to move item 4C, approval of budget amendments, to become item 5E. Is there a second to that? Any discussion on that?
I would like to give you a friendly amendment to that motion. And I would like to move item 4A. Bear with me. 4D. Have little lines over there. 4F. 4J. Make sure that's right. J, F, D. You did see number A. Yes, so A, I would like to add to that, Mr. Stahl's A, D, F, and J to be F, G, H, and I.
So you're removing, all right, we're removing A, C, D, F, and J from the consent agenda, and they will become in order. I guess A becomes 5E, and then just take it in order all the way down. In order, and that would make 4C becomes F, so on and so forth. So we'll just do them in order under the new business after 5D, correct?
Are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Any others? Hello?
I would, I'll second that motion that Kyle made within the amendment that is,
Mr. Doggett? Or any discussion, here second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of moving those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items in order to after 5D, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So it shall be. Okay. We now go into strategic planning workshop. No?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Ms. Kathleen Rose is back from Rose and Associates, and what you have in front of you is the close to adopted version. I sent out to y'all last month for tonight's meeting, preparation for tonight's meeting, so any slight changes you want to make or anything, discuss them with Ms. Kathleen. She's going to do a presentation too to go with that. Our hopes is if we can get to it tonight, that y'all will formally adopt this next month, and then we can do the branding, doing the posters and the artwork and that kind of thing.
Ms. Rhodes?
Yes, I'm gonna be making a high sign if you could change the slides for us since I'm not. So, if you could go to the next slide, please. This is in front of you, a draft that we're, if there's any changes to make discussions, if you could go to the next one, please. So hopefully, we're just gonna quickly review kind of where we've been since our last meetings together, mission, vision, core principles, strategic priorities, action plan, and then implementation. So again, just to remember the context setting in terms of engagement, I must say I laud you all for the work that you put into this and working together and collaboratively to get through this process, which is sometimes a challenge, but it's just a reminder.
Speak into the microphone, please.
And is there a handout for this? Just a reminder of, kind of the visual image, which I think we could all use since it's pretty hot and water would feel cool. So anyway, on to the next one, please. We talked about reality and trends at our first meeting, so we've had now 3 meetings. Our first gathering, we talked about current reality and trends, where we gave you some demographic information, and if you want to kind of flip through the document, the draft that's in front of you for review, and the introduction, the one that says current reality, and we talked about how to build prosperity. We went from that into, wait one second, we went into a SWOT analysis, which we talked about the prior SWOT analysis. We reviewed that from the prior strategic planning effort several years before and made some minor changes to it, which we did through a workshop process. From there, we talked about how do we go from here, and the goals were really kind of four views of building community wealth and prosperity. The one that you most experience is the residential migration and residential growth. We talked about tourism. We talked about community capital, which is about keeping the funds in the community to circulate, to benefit the community, and then imports and exports. Next one, please. So during that first workshop, we talked about the vision. We reviewed the current vision statement and made some minor changes to it to tweak it and make it more clear and concise for you all. And you all agreed, and at the last meeting that we had, agreed to go forward with that vision statement. So that's the new revised vision statement that you all agreed to at the last meeting, which was in April. Next. And we did the same for the town mission statement. There hadn't previously been a mission statement. The vision statement is future forward, whereas the mission statement is current day, is how we're going to get there. So it's to exist to promote, maintain the high quality of life that our citizens deserve through careful planning, community involvement, and fiscal stability. And then we talked about guiding principles and how we're going to operate in terms of both staff and elected officials to satisfy the mission and the vision each day. Next. With those guiding principles, we talked about the primary objectives, which is the government serves with integrity, respect, and transparency, honesty, upholding honor, and ethical leadership. We preserve cultural heritage and history in the rural areas. Through collaboration, engagement, and fair representation, we ensure every voice is heard. We endeavor to provide appropriate infrastructure, services, and amenities, and practice responsible stewardship. So there were 5 bullet points: service, integrity, respect and empathy, commitment, collaboration, growth, and adaptability. So from that, we said it might be a good idea to create, again, at the last meeting, we solidified that and agreed to the mission, vision, and core principles. So from there, we talked about creating a poster or something to visually remind ourselves and the community of what those mission, vision, and core values were next. We provided 2 options. It may not be, you may not be able to see it in the overview, but in your handout, we provided 2 versions. We wanted to have something to honor Founders Day and the flag. So we added a wavy flag. There was also another option with a straight star spangles, straight line that was in the draft. The only feedback we got was from some staff that they were angling toward the wavy flag, so you have to decide on which of the two that you prefer. So from that, this is set up to be an 18 by 24 poster that we can have printed on foam core so that you can post it in places like here and the town hall, etc.
That's not in here. What you're talking about is, okay, so this is what you're talking about, right?
Yes, yeah.
Are you talking about the flag, the waving flag and all?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, it's subtle at the bottom. So, and then here, I went ahead and printed one
So
out.
the background, okay, that's what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a subtle reminder.
I see
So
it.
I printed it up just so you can kind of see it, what it looks
Yeah.
like if you put it in a stand-up, if you're at a meeting or something and you want to have it. But again, we wanted to finalize it before we do the actual poster. Poster will be 18 by 24 on foam core mounted, so that you can post it in various places. So that is from the last meeting. You need to agree on that design and outlet layout from what we agreed upon with the mission, vision, and core principles. Next. So at our last meeting in April, we really got more into the details around the strategic priorities and themes. I outlined what our firm identifies as 12 critical categories for strategic planning as well as for the community prosperity. We have a scorecard that we do for folks. That was not part of our scope here, but we use the same concepts for identifying what those priorities are. And then through a process where we had, if you recall, a variety of posters on the wall and worked through all of that. At the last workshop, we identified 7 that we felt, that you all felt were critical in terms of focus areas for your implementation and your plan. The first being planning and land use. The second being, in order of priority, open space and recreation. The third being housing and population. The fourth being crime and public safety. The fifth being historic preservation. The sixth being infrastructure. And then the 7th being goods and services. So we talked through all of those items. And then the question became, how do we prioritize the individual actions and tasks that we'd like to accomplish through that next? So in that implementation, before we could build that action plan, it was about do it now, urgent and important, schedule it, which would be not urgent but important, delegate it, urgent but not important, or eliminate it, or defer it. We agreed that we would not eliminate things totally, but just defer them to the next meeting. I'll refer you to your draft next, because this ended up getting cut off a little bit. But the plan of action then took those 7 priorities. So on the last 2 pages of your draft, you'll see we had the 7 items, and then we identified what do we do now in the short term, what do we do in the intermediate term to schedule, what do we delegate also intermediate term to schedule, and then eliminate or defer in the long term. So there were a few items that we looked at for that in terms of that action. So this is meant to set up for your future strategic planning to come back and revisit this, annually when you have your council retreat each year, and to say, does this still work? The mission, vision, and guiding principles really should be fixed unless something dramatically changes. But your strategic priorities and plan of action is what you can then look at, because presumably many of those things you're going to accomplish, and then you look to what are the next things that we want to do. So with that, I will open your thoughts to any questions or edits or changes that we have. One was pointed out on page, pages. One was pointed out on, under mission and vision, we had just bullets of thoughts and ideas, and there was some conversation about citizen Jeff Bacon and his example, and we decided to eliminate that, or it was suggested to eliminate that since many residents won't know who this individual person is, or he may not, wish
I
to
don't even remember.
name. Yeah.
What was his example?
About his work in the community and
Okay.
his,
It's
Okay,
all-
okay,
His
that's okay, so
contributions to the
using Jeff
community.
as an example.
yeah.
I don't even remember talking about it, okay.
Yeah. Are there any other edits or changes? that you recommend?
Yeah. Also, when this is said and done and council votes to accept the final version, will it be a format like this for the town?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
It's a PDF document that you can then post on your website or, use however you'd like. We can bind a copy if you'd like, a more formal copy to have at town hall.
I just want to make sure I understand what format this is going to be in. So, on the first page, actually, so 1, 2, page 3, and it says introduction at the top. At the bottom, I really don't think this is necessary. I think I would rather us have new visuals for something other than just the words.
Oh, the word cloud?
salad. Yeah.
The word cloud?
Mhm.
That was kind of a historical reference to the prior strategic plan that you all.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, this is a new strategic
Yes.
plan going forward, so
Okay, you want to eliminate that?
I want to eliminate that. I don't know if council agrees or not.
So you want to list them all first and then vote on them? How do you want to do it?
However you want to do it.
I'm asking.
Want to list them? I'll list mine, and we can up and down, and I can keep up with them, so that would be easy. Are you okay with that?
You gonna keep
Are you
up with
okay?
it?
Yes. Are you okay with that, Mr. Stolz?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
You gonna list them?
They're right here, yes, sir. So the next page is page 4, current reality.
Yeah.
Okay, so at the bottom, it says, if you look in the middle of the people and the graduation hats, I think it says high school diploma, like 2%. That's way off. Because Guilford County as a whole is at least above 80. I don't remember, don't quote me on that number, but it's high. And I think that information is incorrect. Based on what I know with graduation at Northern Guilford and Northwest Guilford, which are our feeder high schools.
Yeah, this infographic is based on the town of Summerfield.
And I think this is incorrect.
Okay, well, we'll check it to see.
And
But
Where
it
did
may
the
be.
source come from?
This is from US Census and Estry. So it may
You
be.
can go to, what's that yearly magazine that had Patty Stowe's website? Finder? No. Because every citizen has Oak Ridge's town council, Summerfield's town council, our town council. It's got all our information, it has the demographics of all the towns and cities in it. It has a lot of stuff.
Madam Pro Tem, it may be because if you see, it's 63% bachelor degree, college 20, 14% high school graduate, and then 2% no diploma. So that total would be trying to get to your 100% and show you a differential between. So what that, subsumes is that you have a highly educated resident population in the town. So that's what that's illustrating. But we'll check the numbers or get an update.
Okay. Right, I think I was okay with the rest of that. like to know council's feedback on the weaknesses and the threats. If y'all agree with those, or if there's anything on there, that would be page 5, SWOT analysis. Do y'all agree with those weaknesses and those threats?
I'm fine with that.
Mr. Smalls? Mr. Huff?
Let me reread them real quick, just to be sure. Yeah, I'm okay with all of these.
Okay. So the next page would be page 6, vision and mission. I understand that we wanted to cut out in the bullet point list at the top, citizen Jeff Bacon's example, so I struck a line through that. I'm okay with that. Is everybody else okay with that?
Good.
I love Bacon. He does a good job, but yeah, I respect that he probably doesn't want his name in
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. I think that I don't like the word salad at the bottom either. But that's me. So what page is that? 6.
Take your last thought out while you come back to it.
Well, do y'all
Good
want,
deal.
okay, would you like to eliminate the word salad at the bottom of page 6 under vision and mission?
I mean, I think it's a useful graphic.
there. I like it.
You like it? You like it? Okay.
Yeah, those are word clouds that were created from input on the prior strategic plan, so that was a reference point from the year before. Was it 2 years before? Was it?
We haven't done a strategic plan in that one.
No, we didn't.
We did?
No, it's the one.
At the Y.
This came from y'all's budget council retreat.
Right,
like,
that's where it came for the
Oh, I'm
retreat.
sorry, the budget council.
I misunderstood. You can't, yeah.
Yeah, it's labeled down there as council retreat,
Yeah. they came
as
for-
is the other one. They were both from the council retreat, which I think was
We'll
led
go
by
back to that one because I didn't ask you
My David Buzz was ex-director.
All right, that's
council
page
government.
That's page 8. What do y'all think about the graphic on page 8?
I like it.
Mr. Saul,
Which page,
Just-
page 8?
page 8.
The
All
poster.
Poster, sorry, yeah, but I think both looks
Just the
fantastic.
way to
Okay.
visually.
right. All right, if you flip over to page, it would be page 10, plan of action. If you look at planning and land use, which is the first horizontal row. Oh, wait a minute, okay. I don't have anything there. On the second horizontal row, open space and recreation. In the fourth column, I'm sorry, I misread something. It says eliminate, because we didn't want to compete with our neighboring town with the fall festival. So that is correct, eliminate that. On number 3, housing and population, I think that it needs to say all housing type opportunities. I don't think it's just one, I think it's all housing type opportunities. Or if y'all would like to change the wording.
Is that
I don't
is that in the
think-
first column you're referencing?
Yes.
Short term. So consider missing middle, and you'd like to insert and other housing types.
No, I would like to say all housing opportunities or all housing types or something based on what the comp plan is and it being in line with the law.
Can you elaborate on that from this, our meeting we had, to consider missing middle housing?
Yeah, we talked about missing middle is generally referred to what we sometimes call workforce housing. And it's not low income and subsidized housing, and it's not high end. It's based on really what the 40 to or 60 to 80% AMI is in the community, annual moderate, annual median income for a family. So when we take a look at what the median income is in the community, you know, how many folks are housing challenged because it's difficult for them to afford a home. So the reference was, you know, can folks that are seniors that are retiring downsize into another home in the community without having to move somewhere else, which makes it affordable, versus a high schooler or somebody, a college graduate that wants to come back to the community and may not be able to afford a home here. So it was about really at both ends of that spectrum, having housing options that were what they call the missing middle.
Council, I think it would be prudent to take Mayor Pro Tem's advice and just say all, and that would be inclusive of everything on the spectrum.
Does that not require you to go to the planning board?
Yeah, I'm okay, I mean, I'm okay with adjusting the word.
Okay.
So it'll be adjusted to say, consider all housing types and options
Yes.
and remove missing middles.
Would that include higher density?
We don't, all we have to say is all, we don't need to,
But it would include higher density.
it includes everything.
Yeah, that's inferred in the conversation, which you'll work through in the comp plan.
Okay, row 4, column 3. At the bottom, the last bullet point or second bullet point says lighting plan for public areas. We already have that in process. I think that should at least be moved to column 2.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that as well, since it's in progress.
Mr. Doggett?
I'm indifferent to it.
Okay. All right, if you look at row 6, column 4, and it says consider update to bike slash pedestrian plan. I feel like, because we have talked about this before, I feel like that should be moved to column 3, and that we should be in constant contact, which we do have the DOT committees and stuff that we're working with, because we do have a lot of bike traffic in Summerfield, and we should be on top of projects that come our way, and at minimum, because they may not put a bike lane in, but they might give us like another 2 foot or 2 feet, because they did do that on their last project when they resurfaced Strawberry Road. They were only going to do the south end from the stoplight at Highway 150 going south on Strawberry to Highway 220, and we talked to them, and your equipment's here, everything's here. This is actually where all the bike traffic is mostly on the north end, and they put it in. So I feel like this should be moved over because it's something that occurs here and now.
I'm okay with that.
Mr. Stalls, Mr. Doggett,
I'm fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. Row 7, column 1, the very last bullet point, it says add options for food truck permits for events. We had talked about that in our budget session, and we decided at this time we were going to table that, if you will. And so I think that should either be moved to column 3 or column 4, not have it in column 2.
I'm fine with moving it to the further to the right.
Which column would you like to move it to?
What are you saying? I'm confused on the columns. Which one's 3,
Oh.
which one's 4?
Okay, where it says strategic priority, that would be column 1. Oh, I guess that's which columns. I'm sorry,
Are
it
you
should
referring
That's
be.
fine.
Yeah.
I see, they're not.
Are you referring to delegate or
1,
eliminate?
2, 3, 4. So move it from column 1 to either column 2 or column 3.
Column 3, I'm okay with that, Bill. 3?
3.
Okay. All right, the only thing that we didn't get a consensus on, if you go back to page 3, the word salad at the bottom,
Word clouds.
sorry, word clouds, it's a salad.
Word salad.
Hopefully I'm not just speaking word sound.
So, did y'all want to keep this one or get rid of this one?
We kept the other one, correct?
We kept the other one.
I'd keep it.
I'm fine with keeping it.
Since they're from the previous council retreat, I think they're worthwhile as a historical reference.
Okay. Okay.
Can you go back to the slide that has the poster, just so the folks in the audience can
So,
see it?
council,
Everything ties back to this. The
council,
poster.
while she's doing that, just so we're clear on the population trends and key indicators, we're just gonna, check to make sure that those numbers are correct.
Yes.
And if they're, whatever's correct, we'll leave in there.
I'm fine with
But
it.
after she explained the 2%, I understand. I agree with you at first, but after she explained, I understand the 2%.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
They're just allocating which percentage of the population get to 100%.
I think it's extremely positive and beneficial for our community. I'm fine with that as is.
I'd rather put the red or the emphasis on the 14, the 20, and the 63% rather than the 2%.
Why does the 2% even need to be listed?
Well, it just gives you a whole country.
Oh, I understand. You're saying you don't have it in red or, I'm fine with it.
If you're gonna enunciate something, enunciate a positive.
Well, that is a positive, only 2%.
Well,
Yeah, it's a positive.
I can see that, I can see that, I can see that.
Would it be helpful?
We're
to
talking
put-
about my students at school.
Yes,
Let's
would it
just
be
have it in
helpful
there.
to put a statement at the bottom? I'll see if we can amend, because of the way the program works, we put in the data and then it puts out the infographic, so I'll see if we can change it. But I can put a statement that helps to clarify.
Well, if
If
council's
that
fine
works.
with the way it is, then that's fine. I just want, if you just
Sure.
triple check the, numbers on that, then we should be good to go.
I'm fine with it as is.
Matt, okay, I don't know if anybody else has anything, and I'll be quiet in just a second, but, Madam Clerk, I can go over all of this with you for the minutes if you need to write that down, or if you need to write that down, I can.
Yeah, I've been taking notes, so
Okay.
I will send the final. I think what you had a watermark of draft on it, so, or the one you have now, we took that off so you could look for readability, but we'll send the final.
Okay,
We'll send it out with your draft agenda, so you'll have 2 weeks before the meeting. And I just asked Kathleen that when it comes out about your statistics there, they'll be clear. This is printed, so they'll be in a PDF, so it'll be a whole lot clearer and concise, and I think you'll be able to look at that on the education rates.
okay.
When are we gonna vote on it? When are they gonna vote on it?
I'm proposing you do it at your next regular council meeting, September 8th.
Okay, I'm done. Does anybody else have any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes. Who?
Or the chief, when you're looking at the last page here, and I remember us going over this in our meetings, it refers to, it should be reviewed each year and revised based upon, what's been completed, what's in process, and so forth. At what time is this recommended? Is this a separate, independent strategic meeting? Is this during our budget retreat? Is it during our council retreat that we have typically earlier in the year? What recommendation are you suggesting?
Generally, when is your budget retreat? In February?
Try to do it January or
Yeah.
February, but weather's got us.
That's a council retreat that's in January.
Right,
Yeah.
planning retreat.
Generally, we suggest that you do it during your annual council retreat at the beginning of the year, because then that sets the stage for you for what you're gonna work on for the year.
Okay.
and where you're gonna allocate resources in the subsequent budget.
Should that be stated or added to this?
We can if you'd like.
Or does that pigeonhole you in? Do we need a
I
little
don't-
flexibility?
I don't think I need a date, I was just wanting a recommendation. I thought that's what it was, yeah, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
I didn't want to
Yeah, that's not
I didn't wanna-
flexibility is good.
suggest, I figured depending on what you all have going on, you could do it January or February, but at the beginning of each year, it'd probably be better.
Okay.
And at that time, last question, if we would be reviewing this plan of action for the strategic priorities of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and evaluate where we are at that time and adjust as needed. The template of 1, 2, 3, 4 would remain, but the priorities could change.
Correct. All of the individuals, yeah, the priorities and everything in the middle can change.
Thank you.
Those are the tasks.
Appreciate it.
Doggy,
I'm good.
Stahl?
I have a few minor things with language within the vision statement. Summerfield respects the history of the community and balances growth through the preservation of our natural, recreational, cultural, and physical resources to enhance our quality of life and small town identity. History of the community, I think instead of the, it should be our, to be consistent with the other instances of the word our throughout the statement. How does everybody receive that?
With respect, our history? Yeah. I'm okay with that.
So change, can you go back to that slide, please, where it says the vision statement? I think it's 2 prior to that slide. Right there. So, respects the history of our community instead of the.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only thing there. And to switch over to the mission statement. Summerfield's government exists to promote and maintain the town's high quality of life that our citizens deserve through careful planning, community involvement, and fiscal stability. The following guiding principles shape how we work and serve each day. Where it says, and maintain the town's high quality of life, I don't think the word towns is necessary there. So it would read, and maintain the high quality of life that our citizens deserve. After deserve, there should be a comma. Through careful planning, community involvement, and fiscal stability. And instead of the following guiding principles, I think it should be worded, these guiding principles. Is anybody opposed to those adjustments?
I'm good with them.
I think everybody's made good.
I'm good.
Just humor the English major for a little
Yeah.
while.
That's what I was thinking.
And we missed you during that one when we were solidifying that, so you weren't there, that's fine.
I
My fault,
apologize.
my fault. Just for clarification, maintain the high quality of life and take out towns, or do you want to say maintain our quality of life?
I think we could say our quality of life.
To
Our
be
high quality of
consistent
life.
to your prior point.
Yes, ma'am, that's it, yes.
I'm okay with that.
Good eye.
I'm good.
Well, our high quality of life that citizens deserve, you're gonna be taking out the other R, right?
Actually, let's just leave it as the, that does read a
Leave it
little
as
bit,
the?
actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the high quality of life.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's, yeah, I think it does roll a little better.
I'm good with that.
That's it.
So you'll add the comma and then change
Yep.
that the following to these.
Yes.
This isn't anything we need to vote on, is it? We're just making suggestions and consensus, so,
I think we have consensus, and then we can put together these changes, council's pleasure, directing us, and then we'll send it out in the draft agenda. So you'll have basically 2 weeks to digest it for formal adoption in September, if it's your pleasure.
will you be coming back, or, so you're,
That's a.
this is it for you?
This is it.
We
Thank you, Ms.
appreciate
Rose.
it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Ken, you leave a card?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's it. We'll move on. Do you have anything else?
No, I just would like clarification on the poster. Would you like this? Is everybody okay with this and the way that it's presented, and then we can have it printed as posters? So I can either bring them or ship them up for,
I can't see what she's talking
I like them, I think it's very nice.
Yes.
okay. We'll do two, one for this community center and one for town hall. Is that where you would like to?
And then we're gonna have the artwork too, that we can
Yes, yeah.
produce more.
Okay.
That comes with our package and the
Yeah.
PDF.
The PDF of it, it's set up for 18 by 24 for poster size, but obviously you can see it in the PDF form, you can print it out easily. So this is also something you can put on your website and utilize however you wish.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, y'all ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, board reports, emergency services, Mr. Dolly?
The Summerfield Fire District reported the following for July 2026. Fire-related calls 26, EMS-related calls 56, other calls 52, for a total of 134 calls. School starts at the end of the month. Please remember to adjust your morning commute to account for increased traffic. Never pass a school bus, a stop school bus. Stop school bus. Stay cool and beat the heat. Rest in the shade and take a seat. Know the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Don't overcharge your lithium-ion batteries that when they're done charging, unplug them to reduce the risk of fire. The Guilford County Sheriff's Department reported the following for July 2026. Total calls 324. Calls resulting in case reports 9. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Dolly. Any questions for Mr. Dolly? Financial reports, I guess that'd be you, Ms. Kelly.
Great. Unless there were questions, I do just want to clarify that both of these are in draft form at this moment. As we continue to receive end of fiscal year receipts and payables, those are coming in typically up to 90 days beyond the end of the fiscal year, which is why we schedule our annual financial audit at the end of October, so that we can move everything. Some of the items that are reflected on the July financial statements are items that will actually be reallocated to the June 30th statements as part of our financial audit, because they are for periods that occurred within the previous fiscal year.
Just to make sure I understand, these expenses
Right. So if
were
an
during
invoice comes in,
the budget year,
yes,
and we just recently got invoice for them, and the funds to pay those expenses are from last year's budget.
they will be. So that's why there's a, what's the word I used earlier? So it's a retroactive budget amendment is in there, so that when we reassign those and do prior year adjustments. So for example, when I receive invoices, let's say on July 15th, but they're for services rendered in June 2026, I legally cannot pay those out of the previous fiscal year. So I have to pay those in the current fiscal year, and part of the financial audit for the previous fiscal year, we'll do a prior year adjustment and return those to the prior fiscal year. So it's not affecting the current fiscal year's budget. Does that make sense?
It does, and this practice is not uncommon.
No, this is very commonplace across all municipalities in North Carolina, as well as across the country, as part of the fiscal year end closeout process.
And how long can an expense linger that you could then allocate last year's budget to pay for it?
Well, best practice is within 90 days. State
90 days.
statute gives you 90 days, so it would be until September 30th. As we experienced last year, the county was late providing a couple of tax distributions to us that should have come by September 30th. They didn't come until October, just before our financial audit. So luckily we were allowed to include those and meet those as well.
So best
But
practice
typically
is,
it's within 90 days.
best practice is 90 days, but there could be exceptions beyond our control.
Correct.
That's our question.
Everybody else?
I do have one thing. I'd like to recognize Ms. Kelly. She just finished all of her coursework as a certified financial officer, and she's taking her state exam in October. So It's a huge deal, and it puts a huge stamp on the quality of the finance officer we have, and it speaks to our finances. So I just want to recognize her in front of the board of the public.
She's awesome.
That's great.
If I'd known it, I'd have baked the cake. But I didn't know. Congratulations. It's awesome. Other board and committee reports. Is there anybody here from anywhere else? Finance, besides Finance Founders Day, Trails Open Space, anything like that? Hearing none, okay, we'll move on. All right, consent agenda, we'll be voting on for B, E, G, H, and I. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for B, E, G, H, and I.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Devaney seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, including numbers B, E, G, H, and I, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Let's go to 5A, approval of board committee applicants, Devaney and the absent Mr. Hamlin. I guess it's all you.
That's all me. That is for,
Do you want to wait for him to get here, or do we need him here?
I can do it. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I had everything marked. That is for.
Even if we wait on him, it'll take 5 minutes to get situated.
Yeah, I'll put tabs in this stuff. And I just want to make sure everything is okay. Mr. Hamilton and I both interviewed Mr. Eugene Naughton, and he was very interested in becoming involved in the community. He was looking at 2 or 3 things to do. They included Founders Day, the History Committee, and also as an alternate on, or third alternate on the Planning Board. And very, very eager, has worked as an attorney and various other things. Now he's a counselor. He lives in the community. He's involved in the community with his children at the local schools. So with all that said, I would like to nominate Mr. Eugene Naughton to be on the History Committee and also serve as a third alternate on the Planning Board. Oh, thank you. So his term he would fill in the spot from now until July. And then from July on, there would be 2 years on the History Committee and 2 years on the Planning Board Committee. I'm pretty sure I have that right. So that would be July 2028. There is a caveat, there's so many months of fill-in prior to that date. Okay. As of right now, it will be from present time, filling in, and then starting his actual term. Actually, it'll be, the actual term will be July 2027, and then the 2 years will be July 2029.
Which one?
I think they're both 2-year terms. Both committees are 2-year terms. Do I need to restate that for you, Ms. Clark?
No, well, I'm a little confused. So the History Committee hasn't met since the July, date when new people would start, so he could just do a full term, right? Just a full term, just instead of doing just an interim.
Because they will meet in August, so Okay, so he would kind of be retroactive on the
And they're
history
having their
committee.
organizing meeting in August.
Okay, so then his term for the history committee would be retroactive to July of 2026, ending in July of 2028. And then the planning board, they are active, so he would be a fill-in with the term starting in 2027, ending in July of 2029.
Did y'all get all that?
I'll second it. Not sure what we're saying.
I'm just gonna go along.
Okay,
All right.
so I'll restate it. We want to nominate him, one, for the history committee. Their inaugural meeting will be the fourth Thursday of this month, which is be next Thursday. And so he would start his term, and we do the terms in July, so it'd be retroactive to July 2026, it's only a month off. And then it's a 2-year term, and the history committee term would end in 2028. The second thing is recommending him as a third alternate on the planning board. That board is already in motion, therefore he would be a fill-in for the third alternate seat with the actual term starting of July 2027 and finishing on July of 2029.
Yeah, so were you suggesting he serve on 2 boards?
Yes, sir.
So he would not be an alternate starting in 2027, he would actually be on the board. Is that what I'm hearing? Right now, he'd be a third alternate?
He would just serve as the third alternate.
He
Yeah.
serves
Until-
as a third
until-
alternate, yes. and
Until
then-
2027, and then he becomes part of the board.
No, he's still an
He's
alternate.
still an alternate, okay.
Can you serve on 2 boards?
There's nothing that says you can't.
It's a good question, but I agree, I think you're gonna have a policy that says you can.
If you would like to recommend him for just one, that would be fine. I can tell you he was if he had to choose between the two, or if council,
But we've already seconded it.
okay, we've already seconded.
That's right, it has been seconded. Any discussions?
You can have a discussion.
That's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
do it.
Well,
Well, you're
actually,
gonna tell us she was gonna
so,
change it.
all right.
No,
so-
I was gonna state that council could change or vote down that motion, and if Mr. Knowlton had to choose one or the other, his preference, based on my opinion, would be the third alternate on the planning board.
Any other discussion?
The 27.
Any other discussion?
I do. Kyle, do you have something?
What?
I do.
You got it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got it, Mr. Clay.
Ms. Devaney, did Mr. Hamilton have the opportunity to interview this candidate?
Yes, sir.
And I know that you can't speak directly for him, but I'm sure I'm confident you had a conversation with him.
Yes.
Was he in favor, to the best of your knowledge, to serve on both of those planning boards that you made a motion for?
Can I answer that one for her? Because he called me tonight. And that, yes, he is in line. He's in line.
Great. I do want to make sure that he had the opportunity and the respective decision on this, so that's all that.
Stalls?
Okay, as long as there's nothing inhibiting somebody from serving on 2 boards, I'm fine with it.
The policy says a member serving on multiple committees cannot hold the position of chair of more than one committee. But otherwise,
Instead of approving the 27, 29.
All discussion done? Hearing no more discussion, all those in favor of Mr. Knowlton, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, congratulations, Mr. Knowlton.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker.
Oh, sorry, I'm writing out the There is one more caveat, and I have to recuse myself of this. I don't know if Mr. Hamilton discussed this with you. Mr. Manager, I know they have discussed, and you're actually on the board, so I would, Mr. Mayor, I would like to recuse myself from this discussion.
So I had a conversation with Mr.
Do we
Hamilton.
have to vote on that?
A recusal, yes.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of,
Wait, what are you?
what are you,
What are we?
What's the second?
For the Founder's Day Committee
Oh.
discussion.
Make a motion to recuse Councilman Devaney on this discussion for the Founder's Day Committee.
Second.
all right, any discussion? All those in favor of excusing Mayor Pro Tem Devaney, signify by saying aye. Opposed? You are now recused.
You have to
You can sit there. All right, let's see, where are we at?
Right here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Rollins, there you go.
So, the Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Devaney, is very passionate about Founder's Day, and she's expressed the desire to serve as another year as an ex officio member. According to our policy, she is eligible to do that, but it would take for council to vote to make that happen for another one-year term. And it's my understanding that would be it for her under the current rules and regulations of our policies. I did talk to Mr. Hamilton. He is in favor of this as the person who helps make recommendations to this board.
She did a great job last year. All right, I'll entertain a motion, or is there any discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we appoint Councilman Devaney as an ex officio member for another one-year term to the Founder's Day Committee.
A second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all
I
those,
think that'll make her sweat a little bit. Let's talk about it a little bit.
Got some performance numbers there.
Yeah.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other business with the committee, board, and committee appointments? Is there any others?
No,
Is that all you
sir.
had?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing else on the board committee items. Okay, good. B, discussion and approval of challenge coin policy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor and council, I want to give you a little bit of history on challenge coins. And I see another veteran here. Challenge coins started in the military when you did something exemplary. That the senior enlisted person or a general or your commanding officer would give you a coin. You did something that didn't warrant a permanent medal on your chest, but it warranted recognition, and you were recognized by that authority and given a special coin with that command. And it has transcended over to the civilian society. The Founder's Day Committee did vote to do challenge coins this year, and the design was approved by the Founder's Day Committee. So we are in possession of challenge coins. We have not dispensed one of those. And so in front of you, which has been previously sent to you, is a challenge coin policy, and it basically gives guidelines. Go ahead.
It was one of the additions.
And I know it was previously sent to you in the email also.
It's in this huge stack of stuff somewhere. I'm leaving through it to find it.
It's not in
So-
the packet.
So, what you have in front of you when you find it is the policy basically outlining when coins would be distributed
We don't have.
and under what conditions they would be distributed. One of the recommendations, again by the Mayor Pro Tem, and I concur with this, is every veteran who's made the pledge, since we started having the veterans, we would try to get them all back here next month and present them that, and then every future veteran would get that. Also a recommendation of our grand marshals would get it. Stuff like Miss Kelly getting her certification, which is a monumental deal as a certified finance officer, those types of things. But it would need to be approved by this board to pass out one. It would not be just, excuse the term, willy-nilly. So it makes it more special to the person, like the people that do the art contest and the high school students. There's another one, the fire chief who was recognized. The list just goes on and on and on and on. And this year's first run of ours has the bicentennial one, so they're gonna be collector's editions in the future. Even though you may not, and I don't foresee you give them all out this year in 2026, there will be a collector's edition. So that's what the policy basically says and outlines under what circumstances polka coins could be passed out. And I'll entertain any questions.
Mr. Mayor, a question for Mr. Rollins. Has this policy been legally reviewed by our attorney?
No, sir. It is not a policy that needs to be legally reviewed according to her. She did not think so.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be in favor or vote for this at this time, simply because I don't have the policy in front of me. So if and when I have a policy to review, I'll be happy to vote on it, but I can't right now.
Thank you, Heath.
Any other comments, discussion? Okay. Is there a motion to approve this challenge coin distribution policy?
Go ahead and approve
A
some.
motion to table it until next month.
I agree with that. I'll
So
second.
the motion is to table this challenge coin distribution policy until September's meeting. Is there any discussion? Who seconded?
I do.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor of tabling this policy signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So it is tabled. All right. I finally found it. Approval to review closed session minutes for possible unsealing. Mr. Rollins?
Yes, sir. So this is really a formality. Basically, once a year, we need permission from the council to go back and look at closed session minutes that staff doesn't think these continue to be closed. And so we start the process, we gather those up, we send them to the attorney for legal review. If she or he concurs, then they will come back to y'all for the unsealing. So we're just asking for permission to start that process. And it's been quite a while since we've done that.
Do you need permission to start the process?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I make a motion to start the process.
I'll second.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the approval to review closed session minutes for possible unsealing, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Consideration of Bandera amenities. Mr. Rollins?
Yes, sir. So, in your meeting last week, you had a request from Piedmont Land Conservancy, Ms. Palmer McIntyre, and I understand she's talked to several of you on the board about some additional things she would like at the Bandera Park. There would be additional amenities. And so I contacted the contractor, Bark Construction, and I believe, did you pass this out? This one? Okay. So this is the price that the Bark Construction, if you chose all these amenities, what it would cost. And I would add that you could consider to add another $5,000 for miscellaneous signage, which is not on here. Trail signs need to be put up on the trees. We need to do directional signs. One of the things that's come out last week was, for instance, going across, especially the walking trail, there's cross old roads, I would call them logging roads, access roads, or whatever, and it is the desire of staff to put up signs in those locations that says stay on the trail, because if a walker gets off the trail and gets in the woods and gets hurt, we will not know where they're at. And so that's one thing. And so I will say also that, and I think the Mayor Pro Tem is going to speak to this, that we have possibly a benefactor would pay most of this request, but however, we need authorization from you all if you so desire to do these amenities while the contractor's on site. It's a change order versus trying to hire another contractor, go through a bidding process, and then on top of that, having them redeploy, and most likely,
Thank you, Jay.
and Councilman Doggett can speak to that, when you have to deploy resources, it always costs you more than having them on site. So the request is And this is basically all the things so far, plus staff is recommending an additional 5,000 above this for signage. And this is à la carte, so you can pick some or all of these things. So if there's some things you want to take off, and I'll be glad to answer any justification for any of these. And if the Mayor Pro Tem has any update on possible benefactor.
There has been talk of a benefactor for this. It has not come through yet. For council, I would just like a verbal consensus that if this does come through with the large sum of money, would everyone be agreeable to, based on naming and that type of thing, actually putting signage on the picnic shelter? With a caveat that with who it is and everything checks out and we have all of our ducks in a row before any contracts are signed, everybody comes to the table and we all agree on everything. Just a thumbs up, or are you okay with that?
Mr. Bailey, I'm okay with significant benefactors who would want to participate in helping fund this project in this park, and to recognizing them accordingly with plaques and so forth.
Thank you. There was one other thought to this whole thing, and I believe that we do have one donor for the benches that are going in and around the park. So the town, the community, council, anyone has the opportunity, if they would like to recognize someone in honor or in memory, and that can have a plaque on a bench, the picnic tables, even the flagpole. I think it would be nice to have an automatic water feeder for the horses when they come off the trail. That's about $500. Growing up having horses, that was always really nice to have right there. Nobody has to pump water, it's there for the horses. Other things might be sunshades over the playground equipment. I know a lot of playgrounds at schools, they're looking at getting sunshades for the children.
I don't hear anything we need to take A. Are you just still asking for consensus or?
So one other thing is, there is money on the budget for a town clock that it's been there for a very long time. And actually putting a clock on the picnic shelter area would probably be a great idea for all of our visitors. And I would,
Plus, how long's that money been in the budget?
and that money's been in the budget
A long
since before
time.
me.
And it can't be spent on anything else.
Right, so
That was probably 2010, somewhere there, maybe more.
I would like to see if we could possibly, with council consensus, that we add that to the project. The money's there.
Are you done?
I'm done.
I have a host of questions. If you could, if the board could just bear with me on these questions, hopefully we'll all learn a little more by my questions and make sure we're all on the same page. First off, let me say I'm a huge fan of Bandera Farms. Want to see it immaculate. But I do need to feel like I need to go through some of these descriptions because this is the first time I'm seeing them. So I want to be sure that I'm fully aware. The stone foundations for signs at $11,500. What is that?
So the contractor is donating signs, archways for signs, made out of big piece of lumber, I believe they're actually round poles, and he has suggested to dress it up to do stone foundations around them. That was one of the things that Ms. Palmer mentioned to you last week. So that's what that imagine that, in fact, we talked the other day, we're out there, they will be 16 feet high, so trails could go underneath. So it would be a wraparound around those poles to dress it up.
So additional stones around what I remember, repurposed wood.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay, so stones around the wood. Kiosks.
Kiosks are basically informational stuff with rules and regulations and policies and emergency action plans. It's just, when you walk up to a kiosk, it gives you all the different
Is this
information.
electronic kiosk?
No, sir. This is a wooden kiosk, and we would
So
also,
this is a poster board at $7,000.
a couple of them, yes.
It's a stand that's an enclosed casing, so it's a wooden stand with a glass door that is locked, so you can fill it and change
Is
things
it
out.
kind of like the map that we have out here?
And we
Pretty much,
need,
yeah.
and we need 2 of them?
Yes, sir.
We
We
need
need
two.
one in the lower horse parking lot and one in the upper parking lot. And they would also have, that we could change as staff, we would have a QR code, so we could change the information, so it scans that for that.
And the small rock on the trail, I talked to Councilman Doggett on this, and Palmer McIntyre was here last week, and that actually makes a lot of sense to me, because new earth, we're going to have erosion, and if we're the only way to get that done now, that's a win.
And it's my understanding, and I went out and rode the trail this last week with the contractor to look at that, and I'm concurring with Mr. Doggett and your thoughts, Mr. Heath, is that it's needed because it will put down what's called almost like a crush and run, but it's finer, and once it rains and hardens, it will be very hard. If we left it in the clay right now, it will last for a while, but the first torrential rain is going to get muddy, and then we're going to have more maintenance time and cost than if we put this down.
And I don't think, I could be wrong, and Kyle could, I don't think we can remove the silt fence. So the silt fence is gonna be there because nothing's gonna be stabilized, because there's gonna be a chance of runoff for just, unless we put the stone down to stabilize.
Yeah, that would be the case. Otherwise, you're gonna get red rivers.
And if we can remove the silk fence, it definitely makes it way more beautiful and peaceful walking, whereas otherwise it would make you feel like you're walking through a construction site.
Okay. And the bronze plaque 2x3 on a boulder.
Yes, sir. So the contractor is donating the boulder and chiseling it down. The bronze plaque would recognize all the various donors and towns and local governments, like the one in front of the flagpole out at Summerfield Athletic Park. It would sit there in front of what we're proposing in front of the flagpole, so that the towns, the county, LWCF, part of all those people who gave money will be recognized.
And this is in the boulder that's already,
It's come off site.
it's coming up, so it's our boulder.
It's all rolled in.
So he's not donating a boulder, it's our
No,
boulder.
he's correct. I stand corrected. He is just cutting it down.
Not necessarily.
So,
You're gonna split hairs, but when he graded the site, he takes everything, right? So if that stone is extra, it's his stone. So it's not our stone, it's his stone. So he's giving us our stone back, but.
It's charging for it.
Well, the charge is just for the plaque.
Yeah,
It's actually
just-
giving
not
us
for
our
the
stone
stone.
back and preparing the stone.
I just want to, it's not our stone.
Appreciate it.
Is that room for future?
And the Wi-Fi repeater extenders at 4,500, is that something that's underground? Is that wireless? What?
It would
And
be,
is this added, I'm not done, and is this added maintenance services by having a Wi-Fi cellular system out there?
so I'll be candid with this. This is one you could push down the road until later. So the Wi-Fi repeaters would provide Wi-Fi signal. I'm going to do a Y like this from the lower gate and the upper gate. So when we do get automatic gates, at the start there will be manual gates. Unless it's the council's pleasure to spend $50,000 more for gates, and I don't think so right now down the road. But they would talk to the gates to open and close.
So that's the only reason is for the gates?
That is correct.
Cool.
So the gates would not work without this?
There will be manual gates at this point in time. Once we get electronic gates like the new one out at SAP, we need a Wi-Fi repeater to talk to those gates.
I was under the impression that there would already be electronic gates.
So they were cut, they were engineered out.
So we're putting in the Wi-Fi extenders, but there's still going to be manual gates?
If you choose to put them in, that's why I was candid with you and said you could push the Wi-Fi repeaters down the road till you decide to put in the
Okay.
gates.
And the caretaker of opening and closing the park would be living on site?
Yes, sir.
Opening and closing the gates and
Yes,
so
sir.
such, okay. And the flagpole at $5,600, it's just one 30-foot flagpole?
Installed in concrete correctly, so we don't have to do like we had to do at SAP. I don't know if you remember last year, the year before, when Director Kuhn was here, we had to straighten that flagpole. It actually leaned 13 inches.
Okay.
We had to have it maintenance.
And and who's going to maintain the flag putting up?
Maintenance.
Same maintenance.
But we could put a light to it, solar light, and leave it up 24 hours a day too.
Right. Okay. And the benefactor referenced has not been, it's not been confirmed.
No, sir.
And the clock funding, did you mention that we'll look in to see if we can use that? We don't know for sure.
Yes.
There's a caveat to that. So whenever somebody donates something to the local government by law, and I'm gonna look at the finance officer here, if they give it a specific, like, I want to donate a clock, it has to be only used for a clock. That's why it's been sitting
Okay.
in our funds for so long. If it's this board's desire to put that clock there, then I would need to check and see that we could get a clock for within that $1,500. And if we can't, then I'd come back to the board and report to you. And I can do that by the September meeting if that's your pleasure.
And the amount of money that's designated for that clock is $1,324.
Okay. So, and I'm going to digress a second here back to Mayor Pro Tem. She said, you know, basically, and I think this is one thing I'd like to get at least a head nod consensus on, and it's okay to put on our Facebook, on our website, that we are taking donations. There are donation opportunities for things out there. I took a gentleman out there this last week and rode the trail for the bench, and that gentleman was able to select where he wanted the bench in memory of his loved one. And we would extend that same opportunity to anybody else who may want to do a bench. We'll take them out there, let them pick the site where that bench is. Now we can, right now, before we get them installed, say, I want it here. This gentleman picked a very peaceful setting along the Piedmont Greenway that he thought his loved one would really enjoy if she were sitting there, that he could go and sit there and connect to their loved one. So there are donation opportunities, but I would like to know y'all are okay with us putting that out there on social media and putting it out there on our website, that if somebody's interested, they can contact the town manager and we can kind of give them a buffet of things that are available at this time. And price.
I'm good with that. I know right now there are a certain number of planned benches, planned picnic tables, maybe with the caveat that you put the number beside of it so everybody knows once they're gone. Or there may be other areas in the future once those go, but right now this is what we're looking at trying to install in our immediate plan.
And for y'all's numbers, we have 8 picnic tables, metal ones, and we have 15 benches. One of those is spoken for in the donation. And we can give them the price for what that is. So that money, we would, if you want to think of it this way, we would be recouping that money and could redesignate it to another area of the park.
How much is it?
The benches are $825. Now, it could be possibly just a little bit less because that's shipping for one. So, you know, we could go back and.
Well, I didn't know what the donation was going to be.
Right.
That's what I
We're gonna be somewhere around $800, you know, if we've already got the 15 benches that somebody wants to give us, I don't think they should have to pay for the shipping for each bench. You know, we could do the economies of scale and say, hey, it costs us $30 per bench to get them here, so it would be the bench plus that.
Okay.
And our maintenance is gonna put them in, they're freestanding benches, but we're gonna put some safety down, so.
Okay.
And you put their name on there?
We're gonna put a little plaque, that'll be at the town's expense, whatever they want, verbiage, in this case, you know, in memory of this loved one by their family would be on there. Or if somebody wants to honor somebody who's still living. You know, I know a lot of people thought a lot about Trudy Whitaker, and so there may be some interest in doing one in hers, or some of our people in Trail Mountain Station.
So in the spirit of our discussion, I'm not making a motion or anything, I'm just pointing out that I know we all want the Bandera Park to be successful, and I completely understand and align with some things we can save money now to go ahead and take care of, knowing that it would benefit not only the community, but the town and maintenance in the future. Also, I think it's important that we be fiscally responsible for something that we haven't yet fully built yet. And some of these items do seem that they could come at a later time. So I would suggest to our council that a couple options, removing the stone around the wooden pillars that we already are reallocating. That seems like something that really may not be needed right now. And then the Wi-Fi repeater extenders, that's an additional thing that we can look at and plan for at another budget time. That would be a savings of $16,000. So we can either take $16,000 off the total amount, or we could keep the total amount at 115 and just not use it for those items. And use it for some of the other items that you were talking about, the miscellaneous 5,000, the water heater, and so forth. But I think those other two items could wait.
Mr. Hamilton's here, are we okay to let him come in?
Yep.
I'm fine.
We've already covered it.
We've already voted. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
I would like to make a motion.
Can I say one other
Yep.
thing? So one other piece of that is, I don't know what the total number of thousands of dollars that we have paid BAR to do this. I think they have done a good job. I think everybody that's visited the Bandera Park is really excited about it. It looks great. But I was wondering, could they come back and just donate the whole arch entrance with the stonework and everything?
I will
And we can put a plaque for them.
I will ask, but I will tell you, they have given a lot of things outside of their scope. The signs, they took down the trees in front of the house, which was actually our responsibility. It would have cost us probably $5,000. They took those down 3, but I will ask.
Hogs and dirt.
Yes.
There's some hogs and dirt.
They already deserve a plaque, to be quite honest.
Okay.
We'll give them a bigger plaque.
Yes.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, now, I make a motion that we allocate $116,360.63, which is the $115,000 at the bottom, minus the $4,500 for the repeater, plus the $5,000 that you wanted for the signs. So my number that I came up with was $116,360.63.
Say that again, 1,100?
$116,360.63.
And that's adding 5,000 for a sign,
For directional signs.
for directions.
And removing the Wi-Fi.
Okay, keeping the stone?
Yep, keeping the same.
Okay.
I would like to keep stone as well.
All right. But yours was not a motion, so yours was just a suggestion, right, Mr. Clay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we actually have a motion.
I'll second
Okay.
May I suggest an amendment to that motion, that it come out of fund balance?
Yep, I'm sorry, and that the money comes out from the balance.
All right, and there's a second. Is there any other discussion? You have anything? Are you sick?
Are you okay? This is what I talked to you about earlier, Mr. Donovan. Yes.
Oh, man. All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Are you good?
On this matter, no, I do have something right after that.
Okay. Did I leave you out? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
And so the amount is still
Y'all
116?
drive it, great. All right.
And I'm confirming that the amount is still 116?
116, 360, 63, and that is with the deletion of the Wi-Fi repeaters and the addition of a directional signs totaling $5,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's been a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just to, it wasn't appropriate to discuss with the motion, but we discussed a lot about people making donations and having, basically naming items out of the park for loved ones, deceased or living. I don't think we need to have a motion right now, but I'd like to at least say, I am very good with people being able to make personal donations and naming things after loved ones. Oak Ridge has that all around the pond at their park, and it's a great personal touch to the park. I would not be okay with selling corporate naming rights to various benches and things around the park. So maybe that may come up at a later date. But yeah, just want to throw that out there.
Is that something that should be codified? I mean,
Unless they made like
I wouldn't like to
$500,000.
It's gonna have to be big, yeah.
I wouldn't like to say this, yeah.
Do what? Oh, yeah, I won't like to send, but it's, yeah.
The town hall down there.
Yeah, it's the Papa John's Memorial Bench.
We're done with Bandera. All right, we're going back up to A, approval open session meeting minutes. Who wanted to take that off? Is that,
I wanted to take that
okay.
off.
We'll go to you. Okay.
So on the May 12th, it's the May 12th, and there's 6 pages. I think it's May 12th. Okay. And on page 5 of 6, number 12, post-closed session business. That's August. It's May. It's 5/12/26 meeting minutes. I didn't know if they were gonna change the what's on the screen.
We don't have that ready to go, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, it's okay. All right, so,
Pro Tem, which one were you talking about?
so it is the May 12th, 2026 meeting minutes, page 5 of 6, number 12, the second paragraph. Councilmember Doggett moved to approve an agreement to terminate the purchase offer for Laughlin and to accept an easement for the ANY Trail. Councilmember Stahl seconded the motion, which was put to a vote and passed 4-1 as follows. Mr. Clay actually voted as a nay on that. Is that correct, Mr. Clay?
I was accepting the easement for the AMI Trail, but I voted nay with you on the termination of the Laughlin.
And I'm not sure
But
why those
I
are
don't-
together.
I was not here at that time. I remember I had phoned in. So
There should
I
have been
went-
2 different motions.
Yeah, was that one motion or was it 2? I thought it was 2. Do you recall? It was just one? It was just one? Okay.
But I'll go back and watch the video and,
If you don't mind,
yeah.
thank you.
That's the only thing in that section. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Clay's.
So we could have just pulled those minutes out and voted on, we've done that before and kept everything else in consent. Just,
I would like that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
well, I don't know if we can do it now, but I'm just saying when we.
Why not?
We can approve
Before.
all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can approve all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So Mr. Doggett, you want a motion?
I approve all the open session meeting minutes except for the May 12th meeting. Meeting minutes, correct.
I second that.
Mr. Clay seconds. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approval of open session meeting minutes of 3:10:26, 5:19:26, 5:26:26, special called 6:16:26, and 7:16:26, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, those are approved. All right, going to C. Who wanted C removed?
That was the
Budget
budget
amendment.
amendment.
Budget amendment.
I just think, Mr. Maney and I discussed this, we should at least, rather than just have those on the consent agenda, we should at least explain what those are, what fiscal year those are on for the public.
Sure. So as I stated earlier, the retroactive amendments, which is budget amendment 15 for fiscal year 25-26, is presented today because this is the first available council meeting after the June 8th meeting. This is standard practice and part of the fiscal year end close process. So this amendment is being requested in order to have the trial balance prepared for the prior year adjustments that will be coming after September 30th.
And to reiterate,
Yes, sir.
this is common practice.
This is common practice, and I had mentioned in another conversation, if you take a look back historically at the August council meeting minutes, you'll see that this is something that's happened pretty much every single August.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve council budget amendment number 15.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, we're moving on to D, or do you have more? Yeah, there's more than
There's,
one.
one, I'll do that one last. Hold on a second, sorry, everything's, here we go. Oh, here we go. The first amendment, budget amendment 1 for the current fiscal year, is to create a revenue line item for Touch-a-Truck donations. This is something that we did not budget for, and we've been receiving money. So Jeanette Dockery gave me a list and an amount to expect. So essentially, this is just updating the current budget to add $1,900 as a revenue line item, and then I will put that $1,900 we're taking to increase the Touch-a-Truck budget that's currently budgeted. We currently budgeted $3,000. This additional $1,900 will make that $4,900. So that way she can use these donations in the current fiscal year.
Make a motion that we approve council budget amendment number 1, fiscal year 2026, 2027.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I think we got, the next one is the
Yes, sir, this is for
A1.
our capital project ordinance for the A&Y Trail. And this is corresponding with the contract amendment from Kinley Horn, amendment number 4 in your packet. So these figures were not available at the time that the ordinance was created, so they are, in order for me to approve or pre-audit this contract amendment for it to move forward, we would have to add $22,000 from our fund balance to the project ordinance for final design and permitting costs that are increasing by $22,000.
Make a motion that we approve council budget amendment number 10-2026-003.
Sorry, I apologize. The reason why there's two line items there for that to increase, one is the revenue and one is the expenditure. For balance.
I'll second.
Who's second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Well, that should be,
Does anybody have any questions about the budget transfer? It doesn't have to be approved, but just in case.
thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right. Kimley Horn. Contract. Approval of Kimley Horn contract. Who took that on?
That's the
That's
project ordinance budget amendment.
Okay.
So it's a $22,000 contract
Okay.
increase.
Would you add these into the contract?
We approved it.
So you have to approve the contract, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. is the
Yeah,
budget.
Yes.
So, all right. Do I hear a motion to approve the Kimley Horn contract?
I make a motion to approve the Kimberly Horn contract.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any discussion on the Kimley Horn contract? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the Kimley Horn contract is approved. Approval of Civic Plus contract. Who was that?
That was me. I was curious as to what this is.
This is for the meeting management and PRR software. This company has both of them, and already approved it in the budget. We now have the contract in front of you just to execute the contracts. We can start that project to put in PRR software, management software, and the meeting management software.
Meeting management software?
Yes, sir. It was all approved it in the budget.
So I would like to make a motion that we move this into, or table this to the September meeting, because we just received the contract, so we have time to review it.
And you don't actually have to make that motion, I believe we can just go over it and go back on the September. Is that right? I think it's-
No, they're not with the agenda. You
We
gotta-
tabled one and voted on it
Yeah,
before.
no, just go ahead and make the motion. Is that what you want to do? Yeah,
Are you
make it.
seconding?
I'll let you guys do that.
All right, do I hear a motion to table the Civic?
I've just made a motion to table the
All
Civic
right, do I
Plus.
hear a second?
Second.
Who second? All right, go ahead.
Before you vote, I will say that we're locked in the price as of the 21st. It will go up. Which one is that, Madam Clerk, that will go up?
They're bundled together, I don't know what
So there's a potential these are going to go up in price.
What is this for?
This is for the PRR software, so the public.
Oh, the public records request, we talked about that. I remember that. Don't you remember?
Oh, is that what that is?
The public records request, yes.
Oh,
Is it-
right on.
We had talked about having that new software to be able to, I think where it's, once the request is done, it's available for everybody, or it's searchable like a database, right?
Correct.
This isn't for meeting minutes?
it's both.
And then the other side of it is for management, so when changes are made, they're live right then. You can see them right then versus.
I do hope y'all will vote for
Has
this.
this been approved by, this contract been approved or reviewed by our attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
And just to take you back, we discussed this in the budget process too, and y'all decided to fund it.
I think it was because it saved, in the long run, it saves Mr. Bacon and the town money and.
That, plus we'll be using up-to-date laptop, right? It's all, current, it's all there.
We're not using
I make a motion that we approve this.
Wait, we already have a motion and a second,
No,
so
do,
we have to.
it's open for
vote
We have
down.
to,
Well, I don't think.
all those in
No,
favor of.
Discussion.
I think that's what we just had.
No, hold on, sir.
Okay.
So, my understanding, this will aid in the PRR process to be more publicly available,
Yes, sir.
and it will aid in this town council's meeting minutes management as well as also being publicly available.
Yes. So when changes are made immediately, they'll be online and available for everybody to see, the public, you, everybody.
And how, last question, is how is this benefiting the meeting minute management, other than it being online.
Do you have anything to add, Madam Clerk? I mean, other than, I mean, it just adds,
Well,
you have
And
access.
obviously, you see me flipping through pages all this meeting, so I want to know, is this helping?
I thought what was voted on in the budget, and Jim can speak to that, was this combined with the tablets. That was the discussion. And then it would still be printed for those people who wanted it printed. And that was in the budget and was approved, but
I thought that we turned down the tablets in the budget.
I remember there was a lot of talk, and she said she would print you a copy if you wanted a copy, if you wanted to.
Sure.
But this is also adding additional hardware?
which is in the budget.
Yeah, it was very budgeted, yeah.
Madam Clerk, I've got an iPad, that would be compatible with that, right?
Right, it's
basically online.
cloud-based.
It's basically online, so I can come
And
in
you
here.
use your personal iPad and the whole thing becomes public.
That's true, that's true, so, yeah.
That's not
The
true.
tablets are in the budget, but you know, Jim could
Well,
speak
maybe
to
not.
that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that's true.
so if this fails, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
There's a second.
There is a second. All those in favor of tabling the approval of the Civic Plus contract signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So we're
I'm
tabling,
sorry,
so we're
this
tabling it?
There's 2 votes, but there.
Okay,
So you
so
guys still want to table?
all those opposed to tabling the Civic Plus contract signify, all those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
2.
So I move to approve the Civic Plus contract.
Second.
Okay. Motion seconded by Mr. Doggett. Is there any discussion, any more discussion? All those in favor of the approval of the Civic Plus contract signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Who was that? 3. Okay, 3. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. Approval of IT and key control policy. Where was that? Is that you, Mr. Devane?
You had a couple of changes you want to make, right? Or have they already been put in there from?
We don't have an actual version to my knowledge as to.
No, you do have.
Yeah, it's in here.
I got it.
You have to.
Just as part of the discussion,
Okay?
there was a recommendation from Councilman Devaney on a slight edit. Trying to find it. But I communicated to the manager that, and Mr. Devaney, that I was in favor of that edit. So I'm having a hard time finding it now.
Me too. I'm having a hard time too. Take your time.
It's not in there.
I don't have a copy.
It's not in there.
It's in here
It's one of
somewhere.
the additions.
It's right in front of us, number 9.
I'm sorry,
Cover page.
when they get revised 3 or 4 times, there's no way to collect them, unless I take them out.
It's not in there.
All right, here you go. Yeah. There you go.
So that's the same version from July 31st.
So it does not have the changes in
No, no one sent changes to me. I saw your request, but I don't know the other discussions, and I never got changes.
Do you have,
it. I'm going to pull up my
I would-
email. If you will bear with me a
I
minute.
appreciate that.
Please.
I thought it made a lot of sense, but I don't have it in front of me.
I can read it for the benefit of council. I'll read the email that I
Thank
sent you
you.
on Sunday. Mayor Pro Tem has made the following recommendations for the IT control policy: remote and mobile access, disable remote access, mobile device management enrollment, and wipe the town issued mobile device if required. She would like it changed to wipe. I would like for it to say backup device and wipe the town access.
That makes more sense than just wipe it.
This was her recommendation that I
I
sent
wanted
y'all
to-
an email.
I wanted to add the words back up.
And like,
Well, white was already in there. I wanted to add back up.
Thank you. And had this been reviewed by our attorney?
the initial policy was reviewed by the attorney. Yes.
So did she get a chance to look at the changes that we talked about? Or Lynn, did you get a chance to talk to the attorney?
Yes, she said she thought that that would be fine. I had also put in there, at the end of the document, it talks about disciplinary actions. And my question was, should that be spelled out as to what the disciplinary action is? You could say up to termination, up to and or including termination or something like that. Or you can leave it out.
I also have one other recommendation, that an amendment to the manager's contract, a failure to give back any information would forfeit their severance. Any severance they would be entitled to.
I'm in favor of just adding the backup.
Can we stop for just 1 second? Would you, just as a point of privilege, convenience, whatever, just ask her if she wants to say anything? She's here.
I didn't even see it come in. Would you mind joining the meeting? Can you do that?
I don't want to be disruptive, and so I don't necessarily think it's a good idea for me to.
Would it be okay if we put this off until next session?
Are you on the clock now?
Let me
Should we table this?
Let's
Mr.
table it.
Mayor?
Y'all mind if we table this?
If you
Put
have-
your suggestions in there and have it in black and white for next.
Is it okay to table this?
Ashley, would you mind if we table this next session, or is it, do you think it's imperative we get it done?
If you want advice, legal advice on the policy, I don't think it is appropriate to discuss that in open session. You had a policy that had been reviewed on July 31st. You're welcome to make changes as y'all see fit, because it is very much a policy and that is council's decision. But if you want legal advice on those changes, I don't feel comfortable giving those.
Are you going
in
to join
open
us in
session.
closed session?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, then can we just take this out of order?
I'm fine with just tabling it. I'm also fine with just adding the word backup too, and not anything else.
We have to go into closed session.
Rotem, what you want to do?
In the closet.
Your ball's in your court.
I'm good with, even though it's 2 words, I think that we should discuss it with our attorney in closed session.
Okay.
We should discuss Mr. Hawley's suggestion as well. If there's-
Yeah, he
There's
wanted
three
to add
changes.
something too, so why don't we come back next month with a clean document?
Sounds good.
I mean,
Move
I'll
on.
entertain a motion.
Move on.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Don't need a motion.
Don't need a motion for that, all right, here we go.
Sorry, Ashley. I don't have my glasses, I can't quite see.
I think we're at manager update.
You feel obliged, gentlemen.
You take your time, Mr. Manager.
So, I've got several things to update y'all on. Number one is the clerk will be going on vacation tomorrow until next Wednesday. She sent out a reminder email today that the draft agenda items need to be turned in by next Tuesday, so just want to remind y'all of that. On Friday, Jeff will be the only one covering the phones downstairs, so just kind of giving you a heads up on that. Our website refresh is up and running. If you've had time to look at it, it looks very good, and we're going to keep adding to that. One of the things we talked about just this week with Bandera is once we get all the policies and procedures and kind of rules, if you will, that will be put on the website. The strategic plan will be put on the website, but it's a whole lot cleaner and looks nice. And so just want to let you know that. The Mayor Pro Tem made a suggestion today, which we're going to oblige of, that the dashboard be sent out weekly to let y'all know what's happening with the projects. Now, some weeks there won't be anything happening with the project, but by all means, you always have the time to call. An interesting statistic that we learned, and the clerk is the one that pulls these, is last week our Facebook page had 44,000 views. Our homepage, our website, had 75,000 views last month. We have, 83 people that visit our website page more than 500 times a month. Am I saying that correct?
Yeah.
So we've got 83 somebodies going to our website over 500 times a month. So somebody enjoys. And the most busiest time of day is 10 to 11 o'clock at night. So those are just some analytics that, so we are getting messaging out. I know that's always been a question and a concern with that. The Mayor Pro Tem and I met this last week and discussed about doing a voluntary annexation meeting on 10/20, doing an informational meeting for people and having it at St. John's.
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas. I keep saying St. John, but St. Thomas Church. If it's y'all's pleasure for me to schedule that, I'm going to go ahead and reach out to St. Thomas Church and see if we can do that. The purpose of that would be just to disseminate information, with that information would be anybody who's interested in voluntarily annexing into the town of Summerfield. I understand the town's done this in the past, and so.
They got really hot about that.
Well, they're coming out here. They're coming out here fast.
Who is? I can't hear this conversation.
Who is coming out here fast?
Anything else, Mr. Manager? Anything else,
I
Mr.
just,
Manager?
you remember to the letter from the mayor last time.
Exactly, we got heard
Yes. But with
These are properties that are not part of the city of Greensboro,
My understanding is there are properties in the county.
in the county.
there's property in the county between Summerfield and Greensboro. Any and all of those properties can voluntarily annex upon their own wishes into either Summerfield or Greensboro, or they can remain county.
If somebody wants to come into our town, I have no problem with that.
There's little no man's lands all over this way, like Ridgewood,
Right.
Places like that, so they're all over.
Welcome.
I don't think we ought to go out.
We're on that.
Like
We
you
should
did
not
last
be
time.
going out. I agree, we should not be poaching, we should not be going out, but if someone wants to be a part
Oh,
of
yeah,
our,
no,
be
I
a
got
part
no
of
problem
our
with that.
town,
I just know that.
go for it.
Good.
I just wanted to have the opportunity, so if someone was interested, they would know what steps they would need to take in order to become part of Summerfield. There's no pressure or expectation anybody signs up that night. That's not what this is about. It's merely educating the public on there's 3 options. If they wanted to take it and go to Greensboro, they could do that. But they also would know, just educate even on what our tax points are and that type of thing. It's purely educational, no pushing.
That's what we did last time, and Greensboro got really upset with us for doing that. So that's,
Our contract,
I'm just,
I understand.
Pro Tem, how would you communicate that meeting to the public? Would that be on our website? Would that be Facebook? How would you communicate that?
I would suggest all of the above.
We also discussed about reaching out to the HOAs in the area. They're in the unincorporated parts and also putting out some informational signs. So, I mean, what I'm looking for is direction to spend staff time and resources to do this, if it's the pleasure of the board to do that, and we're proposing.
Is there not already a step-by-step process if somebody just wanted to read up on that?
Yes.
Is it on our website?
I don't think so.
I'm not comfortable going out to HOAs and providing resources to educate them on that, but I am definitely in favor of public education to let them know these are the steps if you want to be a part of Summerfield.
The reason that date was picked is because that is a workshop date, we wouldn't take the whole time, we'd take a partial time to go over it and educate citizens, so they would know, and then say, for further details, talk to town hall, look online,
So you want to add it to an agenda item for a future meeting?
for a workshop.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yes. The only reason that I suggested a different location is because I was thinking there would be more room in case we had a larger audience. It was well attended.
It was. Are you asking for consensus?
Yes, sir, I need direction to spend staff time and resources to do it if it's the pleasure of the board.
I don't think it sounds like a good use of staff time, so I'm with Mr. Doherty.
I'm in favor of adding it to a workshop meeting in a regular public forum that we have here, as well as making sure those steps are on our website.
I'm fine with that.
So just for clarification purposes, you're okay with doing it, but doing it here? And you're okay with us reaching out to the HOAs and those affected areas?
No, just add it to a workshop agenda. It would be posted online inside one of our agendas, and then we could direct the public to, if they have any inquiries themselves, where to find the information.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton?
I don't know, I've heard two things, Mr. Stalls and Mr. Doggett, are you guys okay having it in a workshop?
I just think it's gonna send the wrong, I mean, I just know how upset Greensburg got out of the last.
It's the first I've heard about any meeting like that, so I haven't really had much time to think it through.
We
So
can do that, Bill.
the purpose is now, I'm just against it. But for the record, I'm more comfortable with it being within a workshop than being a big to-do on its own, personally.
I think that, I mean, if we're gonna put a workshop, nothing has to be said today about it, we can actually talk a little more about it. And that is the first sort of I've heard of it too, but.
Yeah, so why don't we maybe put it on the September agenda? Does everybody want to put it on the workshop in October or something?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm okay revisiting it in September.
Okay.
We could do a billboard at the border and say, come on out to Summerfield. Oh,
No.
yes,
No.
yes. The water's fine, water's fine.
The other thing that I would like to get some direction and consensus on it is, and I know y'all want to do this, it's a matter of when we want to do it. As Councilman Hamilton has talked numerous times about doing a public forum, sort of like a town hall. I would really like to get that on the schedule.
I thought it was already scheduled
I
for
was wondering what
September.
happened to that.
We had talked about it, but never scheduled it as possibly September. So if we have room on September, after you, at your workshop, if that's when you want to do it, we can set the date and start advertising that. We will have the MAPS group here to do their recommendations to update to the personnel policy, but they can do that after the town hall, or we could have them do it at the beginning and then do the town hall.
What date is that again?
It would be the 15th, I believe, Tuesday the 15th, which is the third Tuesday in September. Or you could push it till October.
Hold on.
9/15 is that date, you said, and then October would be
The
I have
20th.
10/20.
Swore we already picked a date.
I think we all sort of said it, I just don't think it was ever like really firmed up, so, I mean, if we want to do it in September, that's the date that we talked about, 9/15.
Yeah, 9:15 is what I have on my calendar.
We should just make sure, again, it's 8/18 now, so we have less than 30 days to advertise for it. And I think one of the things that we kind of wanted to do was to make sure that people had time to hear that we were going to have it. I mean, we might have any kind of a real showing, but at least this way we kind of give the heads up. So at this point, we don't advertise it till now, we have less than 30 days to advertise. that date.
We should
Well,
advertise
we have
it now, too.
75,000 hits on our website. Can you put a tab or something flashy at the top?
We could do
A
a banner
banner.
across the top.
Yeah, I like it. I support his idea. I think we should advertise like now, let's get it going.
I'm for, yeah, I mean, I like the idea of having just a little bit longer to advertise for it, because like I said, now we're not advertising it, it's 30 days, but if y'all want to go and do it in September.
We had talked about hot dogs, we're gonna do something like that, or that's what
I think
was
we just-
discussed.
They said.
Let's just keep it as the meeting.
What's that?
I would like to keep it for just a meeting, yeah.
And then,
Before
what are
or
we,
after?
what are we gonna put out though for it? What's gonna be, what is gonna be, what you're gonna put out for?
I'm sorry,
So we're gonna put out, we're having this like listening session.
town hall meeting
Yeah, I mean, like, what's gonna be the
for the
message?
public to come and speak to you all about their concerns.
Did you find out, July?
It should be it shouldn't be anything that they have
Or
to.
praises.
What I dislike is if we do it during something else, I don't want people to come here and have to sit and wait to do
Agreed.
something. So whenever we do it, I think it should be just that, so there is no like, block it, listen to us, go back and forth on stuff that's not related to the.
Do it before the meeting.
Yeah, that'd be fine with me.
Yeah, right.
We would just do this as the workshop, and that's it.
So is there anything else that we're going to do as a workshop?
On
I
the 15th.
I have tentatively scheduled the MAPS group consultant who's doing the personnel policy to come that night. I could shift her to your regular meeting, I could push her to October, but I need to get with her to make sure that she's available.
I think I believe there may be some issues with that based on some, I believe there may be some issues with that. My recommendation is that we talk to everybody about the timing, and within the next couple of days, we firm up with the manager about when we're going to do it, and he puts it out in the next day or two. Is that okay?
So you're suggesting that the manager get a consensus from council as to the date on when we would have the public
And
forum?
put it out, so.
And then we put that out.
Today is what, Tuesday? So I'd say by Thursday or Friday, make sure you put something out of when we're going to have it by. If everybody would be acceptable with that, I think that would allow us to, because I'm hearing there's some other stuff and I don't know how it ties in with everything else we have going on, and I would just like a chance to make sure that we don't screw anything else that we did. That's okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Schultz?
You done?
No, sir. So, Bandera, kind of, we can give you really fast and furious reports. The picnic shelter is going up, they just have to put the tent on top, they poured the slab. The bathrooms are set, they're hooking up the plumbing, the electrical. I saw that on Facebook, it was really impressive to see those cranes out there. They started putting down the next layer on the roads out there to get preparation for paving. That will be the last thing they do out there because they have a lot of heavy equipment and they don't want heavy equipment coming and going. We're still ahead of schedule. Not having any rain is one blessing out there, is it's moving. And landscaping, the bushes and trees are going to be planted here soon. Staff is meeting out there next week to start talking about procedures on different stuff. Justin and myself and the maintenance director are meeting out there. So it's moving fast and furious. The slab is poured for the pump house. The slab is poured for the maintenance building. The maintenance building should be back, should be up here soon. They're saying in the next 10 days. And the playground should have been delivered today or tomorrow, and it will start going up too. So there's lots happening out there. I have, Mr. Snyder and I have been besieging DOT. We are concerned that upper driveway with the line of sight there with the kudzu, and we're working with DOT and contacting them to try to get something done that they can work on that line of sight. The right-of-way there is 50 feet from the edge of the road back, so they have a responsibility. Our concern is if you've been out there, that's a downhill, and with the kudzu there, you can't see over the kudzu a lot of times unless it's a taller vehicle. And now high school is going to be in next week, and we've all been high school students. I don't think I have to elaborate on that. One of the things in our public safety meeting that we're going to be having for establishing procedures out there too is to ask the sheriff's department to start aggressively working that area to keep the speed down. The fear is, and if you drive a trailer, you understand this, when you pull out with a truck and a trailer behind you, you're not pulling out fast, and you can't. And the fear is if we don't get a longer line of sight, get some control on the speed, that we could have a tragic accident, and nobody wants that. We have reached out to DOT about reducing the speed, and they're, at this time, said they want to see what the utilization is once Revolutionary Academy High School's in and Park. But we continue to besiege them, so. that is a concern that we're working on, but everything else is on schedule. The ANY, you'll get an update about the easements on that in closed session. I know you all got questions on that. The town sign, as I said last week, the town sign, we met out there with DOT, town staff, and the vendor who got the winning bid. It is being made as we speak and is anticipated to be in the first 10 days of October for that.
Mr. Manager, along those lines, I would like for, I understand that a deposit has been made in order to get this sign started, but I would like for council to sign off on the finished project before any additional monies are paid.
That is y'all's pleasure. If you want to do that, I can bring that back even though it's approved in the budget.
What does it look like?
It looks exactly like it was originally designed.
No changes whatsoever?
No changes whatsoever. So Mayor Pro Tem called me this afternoon with some concerns, and I did some research. The sign was designed by Greensboro Signs. We paid $1,500 on April of 25 for a design. And we took that, and then we took bids based on that design. And that design was based on, my understanding, some input by some, I think Priscilla Olnick was the person that was heavily involved in that. That design was put in to a formal design. We paid for that design, and then we put it out for bid to 2 companies, and the company that got the lowest bid.
What's the name of that company?
Forgive me, I can't think of the name of it. I can look it up if you give me a minute on the email.
Okay.
Questions about any of the projects? Okay. And in an effort to continue to burn my vacation time, I'm going to be taking off next Thursday afternoon and Friday for a long weekend, so I just want to let y'all know that. And the last thing that I have for council is an announcement that after much prayer, thought, and consideration, I'm writing to formally announce my retirement from the position of town manager at the town of Summerfield effective February 28, 2027. Working with this organization has been the most rewarding period of my governmental career. I'm grateful for the opportunities, support, and relationships I've developed during my time here. It has been a privilege to contribute to the success of the town of Summerfield and to work alongside such dedicated public servants. To ensure a smooth transition, I am committed to assisting in the transfer of my responsibilities before my departure. Thank you for your support throughout my employment. I wish the town of Summerfield continued success sincerely, and it's addressed to the mayor.
Mr. Rollins, I would really like to tell you that I appreciate your retirement, and I thank you for giving us more than adequate time as far as days notice, and really appreciate you letting us know. At this time, I would like to excuse you from the meeting, and we will be in touch about the expectations in the upcoming days.
I'm not sure. He wouldn't be excused.
Does there need to be a motion on that?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a motion on that. Are you making a motion?
I will make the motion.
For what? Please be specific.
And thanking Mr. Rollins for his work done here at the town, and that we appreciate his more than 60-day notice of his retirement, and that we will excuse him from this meeting, and we will be in touch about the expectations in the upcoming days.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Ms. Devaney's, Mayor Pro Tem Devaney's motion, signify by saying aye. I didn't hear any. Saul? Doggett?
No, it should.
All right. All those in favor of Mayor Pro Tem Devaney's motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion fails due to support. Okay, any more updates? Okay. Thank you for your service, Mr. Arnold.
Sorry. Thank you for your service. But I move that we direct the town manager to expand the scope of InFocus's work to ensure that our UDO comp plan are in compliance with state and federal laws, as well as obligations under the NAACP settlement agreement.
I second.
Forgive me, it was kind of quick, but I didn't quite catch it. Is this,
This is in,
I got you.
It passed third.
I want to read that to you.
yes.
It passed notes.
Could you read what you're passing around?
Did you see it?
Oh, yeah.
So you know about, okay.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you got this at your place.
I've got it.
Sorry.
All right. All those in favor of Mr. Doggett's motion? Oh, is there any discussion?
I was saying, for some reason, I thought that was tacked on to what he was talking about, so I was confused.
No,
I didn't hear
it's
everything.
bad.
I got you.
Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Doggett's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any other business?
Is it closed session? Is that what it is?
I think we're on the closed session. All right, I'll entertain a motion for a closed session.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session to consult with an attorney and to preserve the attorney-client privilege and/or to discuss real property acquisition and employment contracts and/or to discuss personal matters.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of going into closed session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now going to close.
I'm not afraid.
You
can we
just
go right
take the
there?
whole thing.
Are we ready? Okay.
We're ready.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we come back into open session and also to certify that we consulted with an attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and discuss real property acquisition and employment contracts and other personnel matters.
I'll second that.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, we're now back, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now we will now take a motion to,
I'll make that motion to adjourn.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor,
yes, sir.
turn this stuff over to you.
You make the
Yes, I'll
motion.
take it.